Выпердайся. Выпердайся, блядь. Так. Так. В здании игры ни одна крыса не пострадала, потому что мы все время пьем кровь у крыс. Блядь, она что, вылетела? Сука, заебала это меня игра уже. Край просто. Конечно, блядь. Звуки издает, но вылетела, блядь. Очень охуенно. Просто, блядь, бабл квас, нахуй. Слов нет, блядь. Иначе в окне запускается, блядь. Вообще, пиздец. Реально бабл квас. Так, а я изготовил уже лекарство? Да. Будем лекарство дадим сначала.
Good evening. Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk about all this shit.
No offense. I was pushing too much. I served in France myself. I just wanted to know what happened to you.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir. No offense.
How close are you to Miss Horcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that there's hope for me.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of my blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less willing patients.
And it's another good reason for me to stay here, Doctor.
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome. She truly believes she's a vampire.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars. And frankly, if I could, I'd join her world. It seems much more fun than the real one.
Soldier, do you...
Not really.
As long as you remain here, I will make sure you don't have to worry about your health.
Don't think you can do much about it. Damage is done.
Goodbye for now.
Так, одному дал. Мамке надо. Харви. Так.
Good evening.
Good evening, Doc.
Is there anything else?
Rick?
Unfortunately, you are not the only person who needs help. And complaining about it won't do you any good.
Well, perhaps you're right, Dr. Reed. I'm sure if me missus was still alive, she wouldn't be happy with me going on like this.
Goodbye.
Так.
Still more coming. How can we be sure we're making a difference to our sweet girl?
Теперь мамке дадим.
Do you require...
Do you know?
Despite what you think about this place, I can tell you with absolute certainty, taking this will help you recover.
Well, at least your reputation seems well deserved. Unfortunately, I can't say the same for this hospital.
Goodbye, Mrs.
Good evening, sir.
It's locked, all right. Good evening. Please. Of course.
Tomorrow.
Good. Do you need the... Don't take too many risks with your health, Mr. Chidana. None of us are immune to this disease.
And that is a good thing. Death and disease is a constant reminder of our mortality. But you have my thanks, Dr. Reed.
Goodbye.
Так. Доктор Уайт. Этот есть.
More bodies will arrive.
I'm quite...
Ой, вы во мне стоите.
Do you need my assistance?
Don't be ridiculous. I am capable of dealing with it.
Then you are lucky that I have taken the time to do so. Consider it a gesture of solidarity between professionals.
I wish this hospital could have received as much attention from you, Dr. Reed. We do not see you in surgery very often.
Thank you for your...
But in the circumstances, I'm willing to give you the benefit of the
I will
doubt.
not let you down, my boy.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you need any medical...
I'm afraid I do.
Our job brings us into contact with all kinds of infections, Milton. There's no shame in being ill while you're in a hospital.
That's easy for you to say, Doctor. I get the feeling you don't fall sick often. But thanks anyway.
Goodbye.
Так, и остался узнать больше о горожане. Вот это осталось. Гвинет.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you require...
I will be...
Nurse, you won't be able to help people if you're sick. Take this, and do try to get some rest.
I'll try, Dr. Reed. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Все. Так, я всем раздал. Единственное, что мне надо, это Освальд Тэтчер. А, еще нужен в морг, в морг попасть.
It's locked.
Это морг. Старый морг, да. Первый этаж проверим. Ну, все остальное. Идем на первый этаж. Кусь! Так, тут закрыто. Так. Тут что-то есть. Но теперь, блядь, играть стала, блядь, полегче, потому что, блядь, мобы 10-го левела, такие же, как и я. Блядь, а не то, что идешь по побочному квесту, блядь, мобы 16-го левела, блядь, и они ебут тебя. Типа...
It's locked.
Поглощение крови выплаченного типа оружия левой руки. Выберите его и нажмите, чтобы поглощать кровь.
Mr. Connor's injuries don't match the report. Multiple abrasions and scarring on the arms and legs. Old and distinctive injuries of a sailor or a fisherman. Traces of a pinkish foam at the corner of the lips. Some sort of drug overdose, perhaps? The chest was originally open to perform the operation. The sutures are clean, but the chest has been reopened. A puncture over the left lung, possibly a chest tube insertion. Not the cleanest work, but I think it was successful. Signs of internal bleeding. So, Dr. Tippett's anesthetics were incorrectly dosed, causing the patient's death. And then he tried to operate on him again. Tippett has made an egregious error. It's time we talked. It's locked, all right.
Старый пункционный... Ну шо, поглощение 3 крови. Так, ну, то, что я получил ульту, это охуенно. Так, а лута с них не упала? Загадочный рецепт. Блять, тут еще это же... Это, конечно, не блять, это для... Это лутовая. Да ты заебал. Блять, боже, урод ебаный нахуй. Ты можешь перестать бить, блять? Или мать сдохла, блять? Блять. Чувака просто, блядь, видимо, мать откисла нахуй.
It's locked, all right.
Лежать тут. Так, на этом тоже больше ничего нету. Идем выше. Я сильнее, блядь. Вау. Так, у нас появились новые квестики. Пойдем доебемся, что они ошибку совершили. У них что, блядь? Проблемы с башней. Блядь, где эти уроды? Мне нужен Гвинет Барнаган. Запросить Корокана Типита.
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening, Doctor.
А вот они, два еблана вместе ходят, блядь.
Tell me what Dr. Tippett did. I know his mistake caused a patient's death.
If I had not covered up his error, Dr. Tippett would have been fired from this hospital. I could not let that happen.
You can't allow your emotions to dictate your conduct concerning patients, Nurse Brannigan.
Look around you, Dr. Reed. Do you really think we can afford to lose a brilliant practitioner like Dr. Tippett's in our situation?
To clear Dr. Tippett's name must be the decision of Dr. Swansea. You can't take matters into your own hands.
I respect Dr. Swansea's authority and management, but he's no idea what happens here on a daily basis. I did what I had to do.
Какой долг, блядь? Ты просто скрыла то, что он еблан и не справился с операцией.
Goodbye, nurse. Call me...
Patients are not fools.
Good evening, Doctor.
Dr. Reed, any good...
А новость называется «Чел, ты обосрался».
Corcoran, I want you to tell me about Mr. Connor. How did he die? What happened?
He was my patient. He died because of my mistake. That's the blunt truth.
What was the nature of the mistake?
It was a twofold error. My diagnosis was wrong, and the administered dosage was too strong.
Why not stop practicing?
Are you mad? I killed that man, I admit it, and it won't happen again. I have saved so many lives since then.
Who was this patient?
I don't know. Some sick man from the docks, maybe a fisherman. I had no time to talk with him. No one claimed a body.
Ну, ладно, допустим, хорошо, один раз обосрался, я первый раз поверю.
I will cover for you, Dr. Tibbets, by keeping what happened to Mr. Connor to myself.
I don't know what to say, actually. I can't exactly force you to become my accomplice.
You didn't force me. This is my decision to make. I believe you're still of use to the hospital, considering the situation.
Then I can make you this promise. As soon as the epidemic is eradicated, I will resign.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Dr. Tibbets.
А, не, стой.
Good evening. What will you do after your resignation? Do you have a plan?
I always fancied visiting Cyprus. Such a beautiful island. I could buy a house there by the sea, read poetry, and wait for death.
Goodbye.
Так, goodbye. Что у нас дальше по побочкам? У нас есть вот это, ложная цель. И вот это, пойдем вот это вот. Мне нужно от мигрени научиться делать лекарства. Я не умею. Блять, не туда забежал. Встаньте вы в ряд, блядь. Вот так вот, нахуй. Кусь! Картич. 55 опыта дают за них. Ладно. Стою. Я же... Чувак, иди сюда, я тебя кусить, блядь. Так, мне на кладбище надо. Ага. Убедить Сяо Шунь вернуться. What?
Matthew.
Are you all right?
My name is Xiao Shun. This is the proper way to address someone in my country.
I do apologize, Xiaoshun. Are you all right?
Yes, I am. This is the only place where I can find some kind of serenity. Some way to remember my dear Matthew.
Have you recent news of Nurse Crane and her dispensary?
I heard that she used to help the refugees, but unfortunately you don't see her around anymore.
Tell me how your husband died, Xiaoshun.
Matthew died of the Spanish flu, like so many others. It's a mundane cause of death these days, but for me it meant the end of the world.
At this time, there is so little medical science can do to defeat this terrible epidemic. I'm truly sorry.
The worst thing is not his death, even if it tears me apart. The worst is not to have seen it coming, to have lost him so quickly, even before realizing it.
Did he hide his condition from you?
Matthew was a smiling type, a happy sort. Everything that I am not. Did he laugh at his death to come, or did he not realize what was going to happen? I'll never know.
The Spanish flu may be the worst disease mankind has ever faced. Why are you blaming yourself?
You don't understand. I didn't know he was so sick. I didn't realize the gravity of his situation until it was too late.
As harsh as this sounds, we are all equally vulnerable to this awful disease. It can take the strongest man in just a couple of days.
I never said goodbye to Matthew. We never realized how bad it was. We laughed about it even. He always made me laugh. Now I don't have enough tears to shed.
Are you on your own? Do you have any friends or family who you could be with?
I have family and friends, but I need to be here alone. One day maybe I'll go back to them, but not now. I need silence, and I need sadness.
I've seen many deaths in my life, and we all grieve in our own way. Some stay silent, or need to shout. Others need company, and some just can't stand it.
Thank you for your sincere words, Dr. Reed. I sense you trying to help me, even if I don't quite understand why.
You realize you can't stay here forever, don't you? Eventually, you'll have to leave the cemetery.
Why? Why should I go? Since this is the only place I can find peace of mind.
To be honest, I don't know. Please forgive me if I've upset you. We must all honor our departed loved ones in our own way.
You sound like you're no stranger to the pain I feel.
Let's just say, I too have a good reason to visit cemeteries at night.
Please accept my condolences for your loss then, Dr. Reed.
Are you a doctor yourself? Is this why you feel so guilty for not saving your sick husband?
No, I am not. But I still need to blame someone for Matthew's death. And who else, if not his wife, who did not see it coming?
I'm a physician, one of the best in the country. But I was unable to save my own sister, Mary. She died in my arms.
Why tell me this? Is it supposed to make me feel better?
No. But I wanted you to know that you have done nothing wrong. Unlike me.
May I ask what caused the death of your sister?
You could say she was also killed by a terrible disease. A disease I have sworn to fight and cure, no matter how long it takes.
Thank you for sharing that with me, Dr. Reed. Maybe it's time we start to rebuild our lives, you and I.
You should go home now.
I think you're right. Cemeteries are for the dead, for they need silence too. Thank you for your honesty and your wisdom, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your company, Xiaoshun. Take care on the way home.
Maybe I'll see you again in Whitechapel. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye for now.
You know you can trust me.
Расследование завершено, блядь. Кусты смешные, конечно.
Why have you not spoken to me?
Так, пойдем побочку сделаем.
This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Пусть! Ну, наконец-то я сильнее стал и отъебашу этих бомжей. Раньше, блядь, прилетел к ним, они меня выебали за секунду. Бля, то, что им всем похуй на патроны, это, конечно, смешно, блядь. Типа, в чем прикол оружия, когда у всех красное, блядь? Ну, желтое все ладно, все как-то пробить можно. А вот красную... Чела, мог не выебываться. Ну? Иди нахуй, блядь. Острый кол, оглушение 15, носовость 35. Ну, в принципе, можно взять, потому что выносливость 5 меньше. Сэр, мы наблюдаем за Пемберской больницей уже 2 недели и можем подтвердить, что там действует вампир. Во-первых, теперь у нас есть доказательства того, что в больнице находится женщина-кровосос. Это хитроумная тварь, чтобы замаскироваться, она выдает себя за психическую больную. Я лично пробрался в больницу, что как существо жалуется на то, что ей нужна кровь, на то, что ее тело разлагается. Но это еще не все. Администратор Пемберской больницы доктор Суанси послал нашего командира Аманда Тилтон, которая погибла вчера в бою со Скалем. Канал Сомаси, возможно, является членом братства Святого Павла. Если это так, то в больнице, возможно, происходит что-то серьезное. Может, там даже логово вампиров и вещает предатели из братства? Мы не знаем, что делать, но убеждены, что вам стоит побыстрее прислать сюда подкрепление и тяжелое снаряжение. Так, ну мы Тельму успокаивать не будем. Мы пойдем к маркеру. А мне так все дохуя. Мне так дохуя.
I have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Бля, это немножко тупо, то что я пью кровь мышей, но все равно главный герой может захотеть выпить человеческую кровь. Ну, когда вот я по сюжетке чувака пытался спасти. Крысина попа.
I cannot enter.
Kill you!
Что вот тут есть? Блять. Нихуя там чувак позу Т принял.
It's locked, all right.
Блять, бочка. Коробка так светится, как будто ее открыть можно. А на деле нельзя.
District seems to get uglier every year.
А, вот события в этом доме. Охуенно, чувак просто телепортируется за километр, блядь. Только за километр, конечно, телепортируется, такой, ну, не, нормально, так что-то... А, на вампиром стало. Средство от головной боли. Стеклянная пробирка.
I cannot enter.
Ну вот и все. Идем туда. Понятно, я хуёво сделал. Не надо было гипнотизировать, просто сказать, что я отпускаю вас, мадемуазель, с миром, и все. А я загипнотизировал, она, блядь, вампиром стала. Yes.
Joe, please, I don't have your money. Come on, Barrett, you're getting you pay for this.
А, крысина попа. Так. Ага. У него мигрень, а у меня от головной боли только. Да, только средства от головной боли. Блять, Fast Travel просто вышел из чата нахуй.
Good evening, miss.
I need blood, Doctor. Warm, rich.
Tell me, Thelma, what do you really know about vampires?
I saw one and he saw me. I watched him hunt and kill. I saw his terrible wounds heal as his victim died. And then I knew I was saved.
You mean you actually saw a vampire? Here in London?
Yes. And it has been the answer to my pain. I must drink and kill to regenerate my decaying body. I am a vampire too.
You are no vampire. You are a delusional woman, convinced she is something she is not.
How convenient to call delusional anyone who does not share your precious rationale, Dr. Reed.
Tell me, Thelma, why do you feel so attached to Mr. Elwood? Why him?
I'm not sure, Doctor. I think we have a bond of some sort. We've both suffered so much. He's the only mortal I find interesting.
Do you plan to make him a vampire too?
Of course not. How could I inflict my curse on anybody else? I'm not that cruel, Doctor.
Would you say you and Mr. Elwood are romantically involved?
No. No, Thomas is a delicate soul. Even though he disguises it. But I am not the woman he needs. No, for I am a vampire, Doctor.
Заебало, блядь.
I have made inquiries about the men who were tracking you, Miss Howcroft.
I did not expect a mortal to have this sort of courage. Speak, Doctor. Why are they hunting me down?
Блядь, это недоразумение, никто вас не ищет.
There is no hunt, and nobody is searching for you. You're no threat to this hospital, and you have my word you are perfectly safe here.
Your lies demean you, Doctor. Do you really expect me to lower my guard? I know exactly who I am, and what I am dealing with.
I'll leave you, Mistress of the Dark.
Расследование завершено. Так, у меня еще по расследованиям. Вот остался еще вот это вот. Это находится в порту, ну. Сейчас мы пойдем к доктору Суонси. Парень, лут есть? Письмо от Аракиша Чанады. Дорогой доктор Суонси, я готов управлять временным моргом, как только он откроется. Как же сказал, на фронте я был врачом, я буду рад снова служить в моей стране. Я знаю, что врач для живых и для мертвых это не одно и то же, но мне кажется, что забота об усопших это важно. Будьте уверены, что я приложу все силы для того, чтобы исполнить свои обязанности. Относительно моей квалификации. Мне жаль, что я ничем не могу подкрепить свои слова. Я клянусь вам, что в полку меня сделали... в полку меня сделали врачом, и я на фронте спас жизни многих людей. Если моего слова недостаточно, можете связаться со своей администрацией, подтвердят наличие у меня опыта и навыков. И свидетельствует то, что на войне я получу все необходимое для врача знания, даже если никогда не получал медицину. Дорогой доктор Суонси, считаю своим долгом сообщить, что о своих опасениях относительно случая с доктором Торо Стрикландом и Харви Фидиком. Мистера Фидика госпитализировали с тяжелой производственной травмой. Если не провести правильный курс лечения, он может лишиться руки. Доктор Стрикланд утверждает, что хирургическое вмешательство может полностью исцелить Фидика. Я заявляю, что рука может навсегда лишиться многих функций, если возникнут осложнения. Наш коллега смелый одаренный хирург, и через несколько лет он, возможно, станет превосходным специалистом, но сейчас он не обладает необходимыми навыками для проведения такой рискованной операции. Нужно ли напоминать вам об ошибках, которые он совершил в прошлом? Поскольку доктор Стрикланд отказывается меня слушать, я настоятельно рекомендую вам запретить ему проведение столь опасного эксперимента. Я как ученый, интерпретатор древних текстов, всегда настаивал на том, чтобы в ходе поисков тайны мы принимали в расчет легенды и древний фольклор. Часто мы совершаем ошибку, принимая имеющего у нас знания за неопровержимую истину. На основании этого отвергаем все противоречащие им материалы. Клетки для вампиров. Например, мы должны учесть возможность существования еще неизвестного вида вампиров и переосмыслить знания, накопленные нами о различных типах бессмертных. Сколько лет мы считали, что вампир это разговорное обозначение существа, которое мы называем Экон. До того, как 4 исследования братства нашли в Сибири доказательства того, что вулкоды это похожие на волков вампиры, мы считали этих существ мифическими оборотнями. Теперь мы знаем, что это не так. А остальные ракшасы, обитающие на моей родине, а китайские дзянши или пиоучены с юга Чили. Даже если не покидать прекрасную Великобританию, как мы должны относиться к истории о похожих на летучих мышей женщинах, которые иногда летают по церкви святого Якова в Лауте. Как бы существом, которое обрывочные свидетельства называют кошмаром, и которое в 1660 году чуть не заразило чумой весь Лондон. И кто такой Nimrod? Легендарный неуловимый вампир-охотник, который, по словам древних британских эконов, питается только кровью своей жертвы. Может выдать себя как за смертного, так и за бессмертного. Говорю вам, братья, если мы хотя бы на несколько минут забудем то, что якобы знаем, то неизвестно, что мы еще можем открыть для себя. Разоблаченная ночь, Ашер Тол 3, глава братства Святого Павла.
Evening, Edgar.
Please speak, but I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation. Once docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stove, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here. But it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
I admit it did occur to me. Blood seems to be the common factor in all of this.
I totally agree. We're in uncharted territory here. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but imagine the possibilities.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery. Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
I need to talk to you.
Please do so.
Nurse Crane will not be returning to Pembroke Hospital.
Oh, really? Did something happen? She seems such a very capable woman.
Let's just say we had a difference of opinion, and I had to ask her to leave. Permanently.
I believe you. But as administrator of this facility, I would like to be consulted on such matters in the future.
So you manage a hospital financed by a vampire?
Yes. Pembroke was founded by Lady Ashbury. She's also our largest donor.
A convenient yet expensive way to have a fresh supply of blood on hand, day and night, don't you think?
All vampires drink blood by nature. Me, I praise the lady's exemplary moral fiber.
If I may inquire, how did you meet her?
Well, Jonathan, she sought me out and offered me the position. It's been a very profitable partnership for both parties.
Do you know anything about the vampire hunters in the East End?
Without a doubt, it's the Guard of Prewen. Zealots to the last man.
Where do they come from?
Once they shared the Brotherhood's ideology on non-intervention, but they concluded vampires were a scourge.
They're definitely well organized and equipped.
They're extremely dangerous and not to be trifled with. To them, you're a feral beast, and I, your accomplice.
We'll talk later.
Ладно. Добраться до кладбища. Блять, я там уже был. Побежали, че еще раз. Так, надо... Так, а где вот эти придурки?
Hello again, Mr. Thatcher. Do you feel any better now?
Yes. This neighborhood may stink of dog shit and reek of piss, but to me it smells like the purest mountain air.
Mr. Thatcher, do you have a job?
No. Since I came back from the war, I spent most of my time and energy just trying to forget.
I understand what you mean. I was a soldier too.
No. Nobody can truly understand what I've gone through.
Why were you locked in that sewer? What happened?
I went by the canal after an argument with a friend. Got chased by these fucking wankers and had to barricade myself in, despite my claustrophobia.
Why did you run? What was the reason for your argument?
Newton wanted me to go to a hospital, but I can't stand being closed in. It makes me feel like I'm suffocating.
Tell me about your claustrophobia. Has anyone given you an official diagnosis?
That's what the bloody doctor said. But I don't want to go to a hospital to get checked again. I'll deal with it my own way.
Oswald, why did you not go to the Pembroke Hospital to seek medical help?
I don't trust doctors. All they care about is their careers and processes. I won't be locked in any room again by anyone.
Your fear of being trapped is not going to go away by itself. You need professional help.
I've seen enough butchers in white coats to last a lifetime. Hospitals reek of chemicals and death. What I need is fresh air.
Как скажешь.
Do you want to talk about why you have this fear of being enclosed, Mr. Thatcher?
No, I really don't.
An irrational fear like yours is usually rooted in a specific event. Perhaps it would help to talk about it.
Well, Doctor, take a guess then, if you're so interested in my case.
When I rescued you, you expressed joy at seeing the sky again. So I'm inclined to believe you were trapped or buried somehow. Maybe during a shelling.
Jeez, you're good, Doc. You're really good.
Go on, please. Tell me more about it.
Newton and I were trapped in a circulation tunnel after an artillery attack. We were buried alive for several days without ever knowing if we'd be found.
Oswald, tell me about what happened when you were buried in that tunnel with Newton.
It was more than dark. It was black as pitch. Hours seemed like days, and days like months. The terror, the shameful thoughts. Lord have mercy.
What you endured was terrifying. It would have completely destroyed weaker men.
It did not destroy Newton.
Shameful thoughts. Tell me about them.
At some point, I don't remember which day, but when I thought we'd never be rescued, that this would be our end, I thought about...
Say it, Mr. Thatcher. If you ever want to heal, you have to say it.
I thought about what I could do to survive. Just for a few more days. I thought about killing Newton. Killing and eating him. The man I fucking love.
Tell me about your true feelings for Newton.
I love him. I'm not ashamed to say it. He's the best thing that ever happened to me.
Одобряем,
I can't
получается.
imagine life without him.
I admire your honesty. takes courage to stand up to society. The world needs people like you to create change.
Courage is what we needed in the trenches, looking death in the face every day. I speak plain. I speak my mind.
Have you always been this straightforward?
All I know is, before you saved me by the sewer, my only regret was I wouldn't be able to hold or kiss Newton again. I love him, that's all.
Why should you be ashamed?
I'm not, I said. But Newton sees it differently.
Необходима подсказка.
Do you need medical attention?
Don't get me wrong, sir. I'm grateful for what you've done, but I've never felt comfortable with doctors.
I'm certain you have your reasons. But let me assure you, I'm not like other doctors you may have consulted with.
It is true. You risked your life to save me, after all. It would be impolite to refuse your counsel.
Goodbye, Mr.
Так, все, я дал ему лекарство от головы. В этом районе я всех вылечил. Ну, понятно, что не заболеют еще раз. Пока хоть что-то. Так, не туда иду.
This is despicable.
Bleh.
This thirst for blood. My dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength.
Ну, выбора не было, типа, не убивать ее, но... Мышка, кусь!
This is despicable.
Так. А наверх я пойти не могу. Обходить придется.
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony. I can't believe I'm doing this. This is despicable.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father, the soul of our sister departed, and we commit her body to the ground. Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Why kill my Mary and stick her here in this cold, god-awful place?
These are the legal requirements for the epidemic, madam.
Oh, Avery, I feel so tired. Please take me home.
Yes, madam.
Oh, Mary. What have I done? If I could only change one thing. One thing. This is a nightmare.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
She was a good person. Vibrant, full of life. She was kindness incarnate, my Mary.
You're a good person, Jonathan. And a young Ekon. A newborn cast into the night without so much as a candle to guide your way.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
I'm learning. Every night is a new lesson. What I am, what I must do to survive. But my sister, she shouldn't have suffered because of my weakness.
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You've felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
Thank you, my lady. I will.
Good. But be careful. If I found you here, others may too.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
Побежали, побежали. Так. И что тут будут противники? Ага.
To church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Нихуя руки-базуки.
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon?
Ascalon's will is vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
Нихуя себе, блядь.
These immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel.
Алло, ты можешь переключиться на парня? Блять, куда ты раз выстрелил?
Stunned me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
Он остановил меня своей верой. Ну это реально хуёвая новость для нас. Да блять. Заходим.
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chapel. For I can be as silent as stone.
I've words for one departed. They're not for living ears to hear.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of all God's creatures. Whatever you tell me is between us and the Lord.
Very well, priest. As you seem quite adamant.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
She was my sister.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
She was murdered.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
She died because of me. How do you think I feel?
I have a final question for you, my son. This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
What words would you like to say to your poor sister?
I killed you. There's no excuse. My dear Mary, forgive me.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now, and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
Вот и мы признались в убийстве. Кстати, мы признались в убийстве.
There. I confessed to that vicar. Do I feel better? Only time will tell.
Не, удар когтями это охуенная тема. Надо их прокачать потом. А я могу их прокачать? Нет, 2600. Спать, ложись, молодой. Молодому надо было отдохнуть, немножко прилечь. А почему я кровь не восстанавливаю? Ебать, охуенно, просто с дробовика в ебасоску прописал чел. Так, бежим.
Remember you.
Fear be gone. I would harm no child of my making.
This is your doing. You made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
You selected me, chose me, as shall my children yet to come. What is it you seek? This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged. This has something to do with the epidemic. Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur. I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave.
Здесь с Эдгаром Суонси.
Who made me is some sort of disembodied entity? Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
Да, он просто этот. Иллюзия.
God protect us. You've got a leech in the hospital.
Yes, my hospital. My mission is to heal while you go about warring.
You've set the table for a snake. I wonder why there's venom in your food.
I'm growing tired of your song. You're a woodsman, McCallum, not a doctor. Return to your hunt.
Remember, I've a good nose for machinations. I can flare the scent at a mile. You can't hide from the guard.
Leave him, Jonathan. This is sacred ground. Neutral territory. And I just had the carpet cleaned. By the sacred stole, this is very bad news. Bad news indeed.
Что случилось?
The hospital has been attacked. We have injured patients, at least one dead and several missing. This has spiraled out of control. Even the most infirm are asking to be allowed to return home.
We cannot have the people lose faith in this institution. This hospital is their only hope.
Of course, you're right. But we cannot afford a public scandal. It would ruin us. We must restore order, and quickly.
You mentioned a dead patient. Who is he?
She, Jonathan. She was Miss Harriet Jones. I found her room like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. The duty nurse is taking care of the mess.
Very well. I'll help you.
I know this place means something to you. I have noticed how you suppress your appetite when around the staff and patients.
You need to know you can trust me, Edgar.
I do, dear fellow, I do.
Please then, tell me.
Sean Hampton, the man we thought we'd saved at the docks. It seems he was infected after all.
So Hampton became more beast than man.
Exactly. And now Guard of Prewen suspects the hospital of vampire activity. Do you realize what that could mean for us?
Rest assured, I will protect you and your staff.
McCallum is a fanatic. The Guard will stop at nothing. You don't know what they're capable of, Jonathan.
Very well. Since I brought Mr. Hampton here, I will put an end to this.
Священник был заражен, оказывается. Пиздец.
Sean Hampton lives and breathes for the well-being of his flock. There's no other place he would go but...
О, в доке. А нам как раз сюда и надо.
And what of my own life?
What on earth happened here?
Пиздец. А чё леди Эшбери? А, ну да, она же не может появляться вампиром. Поэтому она и не помогла. Кажется, лучше через верх пойти, чем через низ. По мостику.
It seems the Priwen are redoubling their patrols in the district. I must be more careful.
Так. У меня кончились патроны, значит, пора брать пистолет. Так, нам налево надо. Ну заебал, блядь, боже, еблан. Блядь, такой ебланчик, блядь. А, стоит, махает дальше. Ему поебал, дует, он похуй, он стоит, блядь. Я мечник, нахуй, мама, блядь. Мама, я мечник, нахуй. Заебали, блядь, уроды. Давай скажи, что, блядь, игра вылетела, блядь. Да, блядь, игра вылетела. А, не грузится, типа на месте стоит, блядь. Заебало. Блядь, просто нахуй. Этот кусок говна не отвечает. Он сдох. А знаете, почему не отвечает? Потому что это... Потому что это кусок говна. И в окне запускается еще при этом. Блядь, что в окне запускается? Просто пизда рулю. И почему общение, блядь? Когда я игру написал, блядь. Как меня заебал этот обрез, блядь. Ебанутый, нахуй. Написал вампур, блядь, у меня общение охуярит. Еще даже никто не... Еще, ну, типа, люди заходили, даже не написали, блядь, чел, у тебя категория ебанутая. Ты что, долбоеб? Я бы такой, что, реально? Я такой, ёб твою мать. Нужно крысок найти. Надо вот этого засосать, блядь. Ой, сломал. Большого засосать. Вот маленького ультануть.
This is no place for you, sir. Stop now!
Как мне через коляску видеть?
Burn it, boys! Put an end to you!
А, нихуя, он просто в текстуру уебался. Хорошая игра, кстати. Да никто не умер, ты чё нахуй? Чел, никто не умер, чё ты начинаешь, блядь? Такой сразу, кто-то сдох. Никто не сдох. Все нормально. Да, конечно же запрыгнул, блядь, уебище ебаное. Уебывается, блядь. Заказчик доктор Стриклин, Приморская больница, список веществ, ингредиентов. Бла-бла-бла.
Opium is one of the main ingredients of Strickland's medication. Never a good move.
Да, что произошло? Ну, это мы потом.
See them fancy clothes? This one's a top.
Чел, дай крошки попить, заебал, блядь. Че ты начинаешь-то, нахуй? Нормально же общались, еблан. Новые люди.
Good evening, sir.
Who the fuck are you? Don't you see I'm busy here?
Dr. Jonathan Reed, that's who I am. And who are you?
Ah, some fancy gentleman we've got here. Clear off. We don't want strangers on our streets.
So you won't tell me your name, then?
The name is Booth Digby. Maybe I'll ask my boys to break one or two of your bones, just so you remember it.
Are you some kind of vigilante patrolling these streets at night?
Something like that, but the police aren't in charge here. We are, see?
So you're a concerned criminal, is that it?
Using funny jokes about me and my boys, are you? Fuck. You must have some balls.
I saw many men like you during the war, Mr. Digby. Greedy little cockroaches who feed on despair.
I could kill you for saying that. But, nah. You've been a soldier. I can respect that.
So, tell me about your gang, then.
What? Have you got a death wish? You really want me to answer that?
Well, yes. You seem so proud of your status. Why not tell me who you're working for?
Oi! I'm the boss, all right? The Wet Boot Boys work for me. All of them. Situation round here is better than other districts because of us. Because of me.
Понятно.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Things ain't that bad, thanks to us. We give people what they need, and we control this borough.
Well, you're not doing a very good job. People are still dying here like everywhere else.
Yeah, well, we can't be everywhere all the time. And Edwina says if we can find more guns, we could be more efficient.
More efficient? Really? You should probably tell Edwina that guns are useless against diseases and infections.
Incredible. You know what? You're lucky she can't hear you right now. She's more smart than patient. My sweet queen of the docks.
Do you know where I can find Sean Hampton? I need to talk to him.
The sad saint. Why on earth do you want to talk to him?
He was one of my patients at the Pembroke Hospital.
Oh, yeah. I heard the poor bastard had been abducted by some cunt. You better ask Tom Watts. He knows Sean Hampton well.
Ладно.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Это? Стой. Так, я тут. Вот это королева.
Good
Гала?
evening, miss. I am Dr. Reed. May I ask you a few questions?
Who are you? What do you want?
As I just told you, I'm a doctor. From the Pembroke Hospital, actually.
The Pembroke Hospital, you say? I ain't paying any bill left by Clay.
I'm not here to collect payment, Miss...
Miss Edwina Cox.
Cocksucker.
So what do you want then? Fancy buying something from me, maybe?
Тем лучше торговать.
What can you tell me about your work?
I'm a businesswoman. I buy and sell things, and I send my wet boot boys after anyone who don't play nice with me.
Gang member and shopkeeper. Can't be easy running double shifts.
If you're interested, I may find use of a doctor who can freely walk across the city, you know.
I'm not interested in a career in the criminal underworld, Miss Cox.
Fair enough. Stay away from us then, if you don't want to get hurt, or worse.
Since my return from the war, I don't feel that concerned by threats, knives, or even bullets, if you must know.
That's exactly what that stupid trade unionist claimed after he attacked one of us. Booth and I reminded him a bullet beats words every time.
You're quite blunt, aren't you?
I like people who know what they want and say what they think. This is a time of great opportunity for those ready to embrace their destiny.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
You can't trust anyone around here. As soon as you lower your guard, you can be sure some arsehole will take advantage of you.
Really? Don't you think that's a little bit excessive?
Bastards, all of them. This region only responds to violence and threats.
You sound like you're thinking of somebody in particular.
Take the gravediggers of Southwark. They must pay me every week, but it looks like they forgot who gave them permission to steal from the dead.
Looting corpses in a mass grave. That is a new low.
Whatever. Hey, since you're a doctor and all, maybe you can access that forbidden area and remind those bastards what they owe.
Новое расследование. Окей.
Booth Digby looks at you with love-struck eyes. Tell me, Edwina, is the feeling mutual?
You have no idea how refreshing it can be for a woman to receive all the pleasure she needs. For once.
I'll take your word for it.
What is it, Doctor? A woman's not supposed to talk about these things.
I believe you manipulated Booth Digby to get everything you wanted from him, both inside and outside the bedroom.
The poor bastard is good to me, if you must know. He makes me feel good. And that's a first.
So you're just like any other couple, after all, are you not?
Yeah, we're so ordinary that I'd put a bullet in his head if he ever cheated on me.
Okay.
Tell me about the man you and Booth killed, Edwina.
The bastard killed one of us and received retribution. There's nothing else to say.
What happened exactly?
I don't know and I don't care. One of ours was killed by that communist bastard, but he didn't brag for long.
So you have no idea what really happened, but you executed him anyway.
No one messes with the wet boot boys, Doctor. This is our territory, and this is our law.
And your conscience is clear. You kill without hesitation.
Violence is an efficient tool, Dr. Reed, when used properly.
So you decide who lives and who dies, just like that.
Yes, Doctor. Just like that. I'm not saying it's fair. I'm saying it's my way of dealing with troublemakers.
Can I see what you have to say?
As long as you...
Так, что продаешь?
Good evening.
Hello.
I'm looking for Mr. Sean Hampton. Do you know where I could find him?
The sad saint? I heard he was mugged or something.
Yes, he was. But he left hospital recently.
You don't say. Well, I suppose it's good news for the homeless and the useless. Ask them, they must know something.
Goodbye.
Спасибо. Что там, новый квест появился? А, новый квест.
Mark my words, these murders are the work of a vampire.
A vampire? Whatever do you mean?
Not a drop of blood left in his body. This is the work of a vampire.
You best be off to your hunting then. For if the sewer dog is back.
Нам пока пусть пиздят.
He needs to catch him.
Sewer dog? Good evening.
Whatever.
Don't you recognize me? We met a few...
Don't take it personally.
Yeah.
I'm just...
What do you do for a living, Mr. Delaney?
I drink. I drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night. And then I drink some more.
Why do you drink so much?
Maybe it's because I prefer dying slowly. Death can be so abrupt. Personally, I like to see mine coming at my own pace.
You sound very sad, sir.
That's because I am, Doc.
Don't you work at all?
I'd love to, but I don't have the time. Didn't I tell you? Drink in the morning and at noon. I drink at night.
Понятно.
Is there anything in particular that you like about this part of town? Except for the cheap drinks, I mean.
How dare you say such a thing? I love this neighborhood. So friendly. So joyful.
No reason at all to rejoice, then? Life is hopeless and then we die, is that it?
Let me tell you a story.
All right. Go on.
A few years ago, when I believed a resolute man could change things around here for good, a tragedy occurred nearby.
What kind of tragedy?
It was a bomb. Bomb that exploded and killed many people. Metal and blood everywhere. Shouts, fire, broken window of the shoe shop, the torn streetlight.
You lost people you loved that day, didn't you?
I've lost everything. But you know what the worst part is? I don't even remember where it happened. I've drunk so much to forget it. And now I can't remember where it was. I can't pay my homage to the dead.
I'm sorry, Mr. Delaney.
It's okay. If you ever find the place, just leave a flower for me there. Even if you tell me where it is. I'm not sure I'd memorize it.
Новое расследование.
Is there anything... Why are you so cynical?
Cynicism is the polite way to express despair, Doctor.
Surely you must have had dreams and expectations when you were young, like everybody else.
Sure. I wanted things to change. To really change, and to change for good. The bigger the dream, the harder the fall.
Sounds like you were an idealist, which is honorable.
No, sir. I was an anarchist and I believed that exclusive property is a robbery in nature. I wanted a new world to rise from the ashes, Dr. Reed.
Do you really think the world is that bad?
No, I believe we all can choose to make it better. But most of us are too weak, too corrupt and too guilty. I failed for sure, but others will come.
Ладно.
I want to know more about your past as an anarchist, Dyson.
I'm still an anarchist, Doctor, make no mistake. I just reject violence as a tool to change the world, unlike my comrades.
Do you believe in a bloodless revolution, then?
I do not believe in much anymore, Doctor. But I'll admit I like your idea of peaceful change. I like it a lot.
Do you still see your comrades, then? Even if you don't agree with their methods anymore, I mean.
No. I hope they'll come to share my point of view one day. I'll raise my glass to that splendid idea.
I'm looking for Mr. Sean Hampton. Do you know where I could find him?
I really don't know. I heard he'd been abducted. I don't know if he's back.
Who could tell me then?
About the sad saint. I try asking Tom Watts about him.
Inebriation aside, do you need medical help?
Yes. I feel sicker than usual these days.
Take this, then. And perhaps you could try to slow down the alcohol intake, too.
Hey, Doc, you don't really want me to stop the only remedy I can afford.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Так, давай с тобой попиздим.
Evening, miss.
Well, I never. That's a first. Customers who make that much mess rarely come back. Never mind in fancy togs.
I'm much more myself than when we first met. By the way, I'm Jonathan, Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Welcome back to the Turquoise Turtle then, Doctor. I'm Sabrina Cavendish. How can I help you?
What can you tell me about this area?
People don't appreciate that line of questioning round here. You best be more careful with what you say, sir.
You look concerned, Miss Cavendish.
This is a bad borough. Most people I know are afraid. Most locals will rob you blind, or worse. You best mind your step.
So you and your friends all feel in danger? No exceptions?
Tom's the only exception I've come across until now. But he's not like everybody else.
This place seems, how shall I put it, very colorful. I'm sure it has plenty of stories to tell.
We get people of all sorts here. It's that rare place in the docks where you can have a drink without being murdered. At least it's not happened yet.
So this bar is neutral territory then?
Yeah. Tom's convinced this is something the locals need. No one ever draws a weapon here. That's one of the reasons I accepted the job.
Your boss must be quite the negotiator to force such an agreement.
Yeah. Tom's a great bloke. Mr. Hampton, who runs the night asylum, he's the only other man that's able to keep peace around here.
Excuse my curiosity, but where exactly are you from, Miss Cavendish?
Something bothering you? What, my name? Or my complexion?
Believe me, I never judge someone on their place of birth or the color of their skin.
If that's true, you'd be one of the few not to make fun of me. Just you, Tom, Dyson, Miss Fishburne, and of course Mr. Hampton.
I'm sorry if I worried you. I was just curious to find out if you know this part of town well.
Nosy. My dad was a sailor from Bombay, and my mum was a maid born up in Glasgow. They got married in London. And here I am.
Понятно. Ну, тебе хилка не нужна. Давай
Miss
по
Cavendish,
сюжетке.
would you be willing to help me locate Sean Hampton?
You better ask Tom, sir.
Why not answer me directly?
We respect the privacy of our customers here, sir. Only Tom can decide who to speak to and what he'll say to them.
Goodbye.
Ладно.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, sir. How are you tonight? Back to the docks, are we?
You remember me then?
Of course I do. You're that man who seemed so lost when he entered my bar a few nights ago.
Thank you for your hospitality. I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way.
I'm still Tom Watts. Welcome back, Doctor.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
It's not that bad. Thanks to people like the sad saint of the East End.
Who?
Sean Hampton, our own private holy figure. Few are foolish enough to make peace with the gangs. Sean is one of them.
How is it you can keep this place open? This part of town doesn't seem particularly safe.
Well, since everybody needs a drink, my pub is considered neutral ground by most groups.
Since I'm here, is there anything I can do?
Well, perhaps, Doctor. Peace partly depends on my stock of gin. With the epidemic, my supplies are running low.
How could a physician help you in this matter?
I have a small warehouse just past the quarantine line. Perhaps you being a doctor, you could go there and come back.
Doctors aren't immune to disease, you know. Very well. Show me where it is. I'll see what I can do.
Oh, thank you, sir. Here's the key to get in. You're about to save many dry throats.
Окей.
I see. So you get pressure from all sides about how this place should be run, do you?
Or something like that. Nothing that a few wise words and a bottle of gin can't solve.
You're something of a figurehead around here.
I'm only pouring alcohol for everyone to forget their troubles. Sean Hampton is the one giving them long-term hope.
Why does your waitress feel in danger working on the docks?
This part of town is dangerous for all, but for women it's worse, as always. Sabrina is a brave girl, but she can't help feeling in danger.
Do you think she has good reason to feel this way? Are you not worried about her safety?
Of course I am. The truth is, she's tougher than me deep inside. She just has to learn to control it.
Tom, I need to find Sean Hampton as quickly as possible. I've been told you could help me.
I heard the sad saint was recovering at Pembroke Hospital. Did he leave or something?
I believe he returned to his flock. Can you confirm that?
Oh, I bet you're right. Sean can't help but worry about the poor and sick. Oh, I guess it has something to do with what happened to him as a baby.
Please, tell me.
Well, I don't like to gossip, but I heard that the sad saint was abandoned as a baby in front of a Catholic orphanage in Dublin. That would explain his faith and need to help everyone.
Mm-hmm.
The important thing is I find him, quickly.
Why not try his night asylum? He takes care of those who need a meal or a roof there.
Where is it?
It's in an old warehouse, northwest of here. Just follow the bank to the west and go north when you reach the end of the pier.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Так, ну уже хоть что-то узнал. Плакат светится.
Good evening, sir. Have you witnessed any suspicious activity or strange events recently?
And what do you define as a strange event? More to the point, who are you?
My name is Ichabod Throgmorton, vampire hunter extraordinaire and warden of the East End.
A vampire hunter? Really?
I know what you're thinking. I'm just another lunatic howling at the moon, but I'm not. The bloodsuckers exist, and they're close.
Mr. Throgmorton, I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'd like to hear
Эмпадик
more
сел.
about these vampires you're hunting.
A man of science? Well, I'll be glad to enlighten you.
Геймпадик сел. Так. Вы можете рассказать.
Did you hear about what happened to Jack Gillingham? Oh boy. It's a shame I wasn't around to protect him.
It's impossible to protect everyone. The violence seems endemic in this part of town.
But it's my duty. I am convinced Jack Gillingham was killed by a vampire. These evil rodents are spreading like a plague.
So, how exactly are you protecting these people? I'm curious.
I patrol late at night, investigating anything unusual. I try and encourage people to stay indoors, but people are careless.
Can I help in any way?
Actually, yes. I plan to put up posters to alert the population to the vampire threat.
Are you asking me to paste posters about vampires around the docks?
If you wouldn't mind. If you did that, then I can focus on my patrols.
How do you identify a vampire?
It's simple, really. They can't stand daylight. They're afraid of garlic and holy symbols. They also cannot enter a house without being invited.
Have you ever killed one of these creatures? Yourself, I mean.
Of course I have. What kind of question is that? It's a dirty business, believe me.
Да как скажешь, чел, я тебе верю.
Have you heard of the Guard of Prewan?
Of course. They're dedicated hunters. A little militant for my taste, but they do let anyone join.
Were you ever tempted to join the Guard yourself?
I did think about it, but I'm more of a silent hunter. They're more of a sanitary militia.
So you hunt alone? That sounds risky.
Vampires are just like every other predator. They hunt when they're hungry and follow certain patterns. It's just a matter of observation and patience.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me, Mr. Throgmorton?
The sad saint?
Трогмортон, блядь, еще один.
But I cannot tell you how to find it, sorry.
Really? Why is that?
It's nothing personal, Doctor. I'm sure your intentions are good, but people who sleep there, they have plenty of reasons to hide.
Maybe at least you can tell me who could help me find him.
Tell you what, go and chat with Tom Watts. He's a bartender and good judge of character. If he talks to you, then it's fine by me.
I could make you tell me, but I respect your refusal. You really believe Sean is a saint, don't you?
All I will say is this. Gossip has it that when he was a child, he was molested. By a priest of all people. Funny thing is, though, it only strengthened...
Осуждаю, блядь, изнасилование маленьких детей.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, мистер Трогмортон. Западные доки. Так, а чё по побочкам? Ага. И вот сюда надо. Я, блядь, не хочу это обходить. Я же могу как-то телепортироваться.
Seems like the Guard of Prewan is on Sean Hampton's trail.
Let's pin it down, you leeches, you killing! Die, beast! Crush that leech, boys! Die, Trammy! I hate
Пусть. Ну, блядь, сука, как выносливость, блядь, кончилась? Ёбище ебаная, блядь. Просто кончилась выносливость. Блять, как заебала меня эта хуйня, просто, блять. Просто ходит ебалан бессмертный, блять. Кайф, кайф. Круто. Победите ебаната с огнеметом, которому похуй на любой урон. Идеальная игра, блять. Просто идеально.
I'll put an
Умри уже, сучара, блядь. Блядь, серьезно? Мне какой-то новый пикалет дали. Урон 54, магазин 9, оглушение 5, скорость стрельбы 5. 10 перезарядка. Так, блядь. Надо как-то проникнуть, блядь, туда.
This poor man has just been slaughtered by a vampire. The body's still warm.
Watch out, boys! Want some of this?
Так, не по низу идти дальше или... Вроде пойти поверху, а потом вниз спустимся, если что.
It's locked.
Можно сжечь все плакаты или... развесить. Но вообще лучше развесить, потому что я хоть являюсь вампиром, но людям надо помочь. Ну, рассказывай.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. May I have your attention for a minute?
Good evening, sir. My name is Giselle Paxton. but I don't have time for men like you.
Have we met before?
No, but I just need to look at your fancy clothes to know that you must be desperate to visit the docks at night.
That's quite judgmental of you.
Sir, I've led enough strikes when I had a job to identify you as an enemy of the working class.
May I ask what you do for a living?
I'm killing myself scraping for a living. And you? Have you ever had to struggle in your entire life?
As I told you, I'm a doctor. You have to work a lot to earn that title.
Oh, a doctor. Born with money in a nice house, were we? Was Daddy a banker or a doctor himself?
Why such hatred? Are you judging me by my clothes and my job?
Course I am. Fuck, you're so blind. You don't even see your privilege. Lazy people like you disgust me.
Как скажешь, как
What
скажешь.
can you tell me about this vicinity?
Tell you what, just spend a few weeks here, and then ask me that question again. If you're still alive, I mean.
If you have something to say, say it. I'm getting tired of all this.
Oh, you want information instead? Well, here's some for you. Giselle Paxton does not like you at all, Doctor.
You don't know me, Miss Paxton, and yet you see me as an enemy.
Your manners, your clothes, your words tell me everything about you, sir. I know your kind, and you don't belong here.
Oh no, Miss Paxton, you really don't know my kind. You have no idea who I am.
All right, okay. No need to get all worked up.
You speak of strikes and class enemy. Am I right to assume you're involved in trade union activism?
You bet I am. Well, I was. Nowadays, I'm just another worker blacklisted by the big companies.
You lost your job because of your beliefs.
Those bastards really hate a worker who refuses slave wages and unsafe conditions, especially when it's a woman.
Isn't the whole point of trade unions to help workers in need? Why don't they support you?
A few nights back, I lost the money my companions had asked me to hide. With me and my sister being penniless, they thought I stole it.
What really happened?
I drank too much that night. Strange men saw me count the money in that bar. Some sort of militia in uniform. I'm sure they robbed me.
Еще квест. Ёб твою мать. Она здоровая.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you help me?
What is it you want? Does he owe you money? Has he displeased your Royal Highness? I'm no snitch, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Well, I'll...
Ладно, иди нахуй. Ебанушка, блядь.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. Can I help you?
A fancy doctor lurking at night by the docks? Not fishy at all.
And what about you? Working outside at night in this dangerous part of town?
You want to know my secret? I'm trying to earn money. And I'm Lottie Paxton, by the way.
Is it not dangerous to work here at night?
As long as I have good legs, I can run away from trouble. The sad saint now provides me and my sister a bed and a roof. I don't want to lose that.
Are you homeless, Miss Paxton?
Mr. Hampton's night asylum is our new home now. It's a safe place for me and my sister.
What can you tell me about the sad saint?
It's just the nickname of Sean Hampton, the sad saint of the East End. He gave me shelter, and he's not always sad.
What can you tell me about this place? How are things here?
It may be okay for a strong girl like me, but a dandy doctor from the city like yourself, you better watch your back, Mr. Reed.
You really think I should go back to a safer place, miss?
No. I think you had better stay and help as many people as you can. Just avoid the wet boot boys. Those bastards are worse than the epidemic.
Which local dangers must I avoid?
Well, the gangs, the thieves, the drunks, the jobless. A man with your fancy clothes will attract a lot of attention.
Well, I am not someone so easily intimidated.
Glad to hear that. And if you get into trouble, you can always seek help at Shawnhampton's shelter. No one would dare to be violent there.
Как скажешь, как скажешь. Здорово.
I'm looking for Shawnhampton. Can you help me?
Mr. Hampton must be in his office at the night asylum he manages, I suppose. Why do you want to see him?
He was a patient of mine at the Pembroke Hospital, but he left abruptly.
I see. Well, Mr. Hampton is a discreet and dedicated man. I'm sure you'll find him soon enough.
Goodbye, Miss.
А чё его искать? Вон он сидит. Ну он человека убил за стенкой. Сейчас мы с ним серьезно пообщаемся.
Why the long face, Doctor?
How dare you welcome me as if everything is the same? We both know things have changed a lot, don't we?
I'm still me in here, just more alive, as a Skal. It's a new beginning, Doctor.
Since you left Pembroke, the amount of blood that has been shed, it's hard to believe you, Sean.
Ask what you will. As the Lord is my shepherd, I will not speak a lie to you.
Why return here?
This is my home. These people are my flock. You will always find me where I am needed.
Wonders never cease. Skal managing an asylum.
And what of you? A vampire doctor? Meals laid out before you. Yet you restrain.
And what about William Bishop? He tried to take care of you. But this hunger, this thirst, cannot be restrained.
Alas, poor William. He had a good soul, but was weak in spirit. He could not shake the thirst for booze, never mind blood. But have faith. My will is far stronger than his.
Aren't you afraid of what you've become?
We are blessed, Doctor. Can't you see it? The Lord has made us able to walk amongst the plague and aid those that need it.
Do you think this is a blessing when God's own house and holy symbols repel you?
If that is your burden, Doctor, so be it. But I do not fear the cross, nor am I forced to take the life of another. My kind doesn't share your imperfections.
But you must drink blood now to survive.
No, not your scripture. Whoso eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood hath eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day. So saith the Lord. I only need to eat flesh, no blood.
Why did you kill Miss Jones at the Pembroke Hospital?
Killed old Harriet? You must be mad, Doctor. Why would I do such a thing?
But you were close to her.
Of course. But she was lost, separated from the fold. She did not see the hand of the divine in my blessed condition.
So you claim Miss Jones' death was not by your hand, nor the other incidents at Pembroke?
Though Harriet was an angry, spiteful woman, she was one of God's creatures. I have nothing but love for all he has made.
People have been murdered. I've seen the blood. I don't believe you can be trusted.
Have a little faith, Doctor. If you will follow, I will guide you to the light.
How do you plan to do that?
Take this key of the old sewers. The entrance is by the riverbank, south from here. There you'll find all the proof you need.
I will not look kindly on you if you're trying to trick me.
I'll be here when you return. If you still think I'm a threat then, well, I'll surrender myself to your judgment.
Ну там же вон за дверью кто-то валяется, или это просто кровь? За шкафчиком. Так, 5 плакатов надо расклеить. Ну, пойдем. Я тут не всех еще нашел даже. А, я могу сжечь. Сжигать мы не будем. Мы, наверное, расклеим плакаты, хуй с ним. Если он мега крутой охотник на вампиров, пусть сдохнет. Но легче всего было бы просто их сжечь. Так я же, блядь, далеко от него нахожусь, сука. Как он по мне попадает, блядь?
Informing London's inhabitants of the presence of vampires. What does that make me? A double or a triple agent?
О. О! Ну-ка.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Do you need any help?
Rest assured, I will help you, sir. Martin Nightingale, at your service. Please, take a look at my wares.
Ha! Your merchandise. I don't really see anything worth having. No offense.
None taken, sir. But please, I need to eat. Perhaps if you keep looking, you'd see something that takes your fancy.
Он здоров, кстати.
Let me be frank. You're as much of a businessman as I am a werewolf, right?
Who the hell are you to question me? It's hard enough to stay clean when you don't have a place to sleep. I'm doing my best here.
I meant no offense, Mr. Nightingale. I was merely pointing out the fact that you're unlikely to survive long if you continue wandering this path.
And what should I do then, sir? Should I join the Wet Boot Boys like so many others? No thanks. I'd rather be a bad seller than a dead gang member.
What can you tell me about the neighborhood? Have you got any friends around these parts?
Not really. Miss Gillingham smiles and says kind words, but I know she's lost her marbles, especially since her son died.
Tell me about this crazy woman. Madness is often mistaken for other conditions.
The poor woman's mad, all right. Kind and all, but she has so much trouble remembering things. She's taken me for a son more than once.
How interesting. I don't suppose you know what happened to her son.
Jack. Rumor has it he tried to tackle some gang lads. I didn't know him well, but I heard he was a nice enough chap. His old ma still thinks he's around.
Это не тот чувак, которого пырнули, кинули в воду. Пырнули, ну, которого пырнули и кинули в воду.
Why not try seeking help instead of peddling your wares? I'm sure there are people around here that would gladly help.
There's always the night asylum. Heard it's run by a very nice man, but I'm no beggar. Not yet, at least.
There is no shame in asking for help, my boy. Sometimes it can even be the best course of action.
I don't feel okay with that. I'm gonna make a name for myself, and I'll do it by myself.
Как скажешь.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. May I come in?
I already took my medication, Doctor. But thank you.
I'm sorry. Your medication? Have we met before?
Don't tease me like that, Jack. Sorry, what?
I think I should come in, miss. I'd like to check if everything is okay, what with the epidemic spreading across London.
An epidemic, you say? How terrible. I had no idea. But where are my manners? Please do come in, Doctor. You are a doctor, yes?
Конечно. Но для начала у нас тут разлутовочная. Вам это не надо. Вы как бы типа поехавшая. Вот. И как бы...
It's locked, all right.
So, Dr. Tippets, what brings you back here? I heard whispers you had a job at that fancy hospital.
I told you my name is Jonathan Reed. Don't you remember?
Of course I do. I remember my name too. Gillingham. But you may call me Enid, Doctor. I'm very happy to see you again.
О, головная боль.
Is anyone taking care of you, Miss Gillingham?
My son is always here to take care of me. He's a good boy like that, but I do worry that he needs to start living his own life. I would never say that to him, of course.
What can you tell me about this part of town?
Oh, no. I don't gossip. That would be most unbecoming of a lady such as myself.
Who are the more influential figures on the docks?
Well, I heard about some terrible illness going around. I would say in that case that it's you, Dr. Tippets.
Я не доктор Типец, понятно?
Tell me, Enid, why do you feel guilty about your son?
I know I'm a burden to my Jack. I know my mind and my thoughts are drifting away. I'm so sorry. I can't help it.
This is not your doing, Miss Gillingham. You do not have to apologize for your condition.
Of course I don't, Doctor. I've done nothing wrong, I swear it. What exactly are we talking about here?
Do you require medical attention, miss?
I'm glad you asked, Dr. Tippets. I must confess I haven't felt that well of late.
I'll try my best. Here, take this. And please, try to get some rest.
Thank you, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Так. Блять, молодой человек заебет просто немного. Ты священник?
Done. Mr. Throgmorton should be happy.
Так, а где я? Я в какой-то хате.
Good evening. I put up your public service announcement. Consider the common folk warned about the vampiric presence.
Thank you, Dr. Reed. You may not realize it, but you saved a great many lives today.
Do you really think they could be useful?
See the sad saint of the East End? How a single man can help so many people? I consider myself the discreet protector of these men and women.
Tell me, Ichabod, why do you consider yourself the protector of Sean Hampton's shelter?
He is a truly inspiring example. Dedicated, pious. His shelter is open to all, whoever they are. Most admirable.
Tell me.
He is...
Goodbye.
Понятно. Расследование завершено. Мне бы тут, конечно, убежище бы найти. Это те, кто обокрал Жизель Пакста. Да, блядь, уебище. Отлично. Так у меня такая хилки все потратил.
This could be the public house Giselle Paxton mentioned. I should investigate further.
Burn it, boys! The latest team! Take its head!
Блять, я ж нажал. Уёбище, ты так меня заебало, блять. Умри нахуй уже.
Giselle's stolen money.
Мешочек с деньгами.
Everyone has some unethical ways of financing their war.
Идем в канализацию.
That doesn't work. So that's it. These wheels control the water level.
А, мне нужно водичку убрать, да? Блять, серьезно? Из-за деревянных бочек? Блять, ворота тяжелее, чем бочки, нахуй. Они бы закрылись, блять. Бред какой-то. Ворота тяжелее, чем бочки, блядь. Невозможно. Опа.
have this thirst for blood. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Это будет пизделка.
I cannot enter.
These maggots have escaped the wrath of Ascalon for too long. It is time to purge the sewers of their filth.
You again. The one they call the sewer dog.
Hold your tongue, newborn, or I'll crush you like a maggot.
You've let the beast consume you.
Finally! A touch of lucidity. You learn to respect the laws of Ascalon. You vanished. I'll slaughter these skulls while singing your name.
Whoosh! Я же уклонился, блядь. Ебать, охуенная игра, просто. Берешь уклонение, и игра такая. А им ассист включить нахуй, вжух, похуй. Ты не уклоняешься. Вот тебе въебало. Ты не уклоняешься, поебучкина.
The laws of Ascalon! Comprehend. Whence you vanished, I'll slaughter these skulls while singing your name. Dare challenge the dictates of Ascalon? The hand that crushes all. Slow as a snail. I shall snap like a hare's brittle bones, newborn. Foolish Ekon.
Да ты заебал топать, блядь.
To the pissing wells. Down, stay down. I shall crush you.
Вот именно, чел, лежать нахуй. Да, чувак, кстати, 4, блядь, атаки проводить. Они... Бля. Какая, блядь, какишная игра, нахуй. Ну, теперь стал проводить 4 атаки, да, это мы сделали охуенную такую игру, да, то что теперь он стал проводить 4 атаки. Вот, вы... Ебало завали, ты не понимаешь, нахуй.
The laws of Ascalon.
Ну да, блядь, ебучая аимасист, блядь. Да, чувак решил меня схватить. Как нахуй это работает? Ну, просто такой, сейчас схвачу тебя. Круто. Very nice, very. А, вау, в ахуе сижу. Ну, олень, ультани, блядь.
You cannot comprehend. Whence you vanished, I'll slaughter these skulls while singing your name.
Порто похилялся. Охуенно, сзади меня где-то появился.
To the pit, slow as a snail. Your blood is now mine. I shall crush you.
Ну куда ты раза выстрелил? Чё, въебал, получил долбоёб? Крепкая дичь.
It's locked, all right.
100% это в будущем будет просто обычный моб, с которым я буду драться. Мне кажется, 100% потом будет это обычный моб. Потом еби с ним как хочешь, блядь.
At least one Skal escaped Fergal's wrath. The poor creature is bleeding to death. He cannot be far.
Картечь.
Safe we are, still. Drink now.
Bless you, Bridget.
This isn't the blood of a vampire, but it will quench your thirst. This is our domain, not yours. You've been warned.
Wait, I saved you from this creature. That must count for something.
Thank you. Now go. Go back to the streets and houses. There is no love lost between us, vampire. But thank you.
Sean Hampton sent me here. I believe he wanted me to find you. Who are you?
If you must know, they call me Old Bridget. And this shelter is where we live.
I'm Jonathan Reed. I'm a newborn Egon. I'm afraid I'm not sure what's going on.
I shall not bend a knee, young Egon. But I sense your pain. Ask, and I will afford you my attention.
Why was that creature after you?
Fergal is the blunt instrument of the Ascalon Club. His masters would see us dead or turned into slaves, if they had their way.
What the hell was that thing? He wasn't an Ekon or a Skal.
They are known as Volkod, an ancient offshoot of immortals. Blood drives them, enrages them.
What of this Ascalon Club?
Vampire society's elite in the Empire. They make the rules and enforce their judgment upon us whom they see as lessers.
So is it you that Sean Hampton sent me to find?
Perhaps. The sad saint was always kind to us. He must trust you if he revealed our location.
Sean is a skull. All those I've encountered have been violent, crazed creatures. How can he be any different?
Maybe because he is the sad saint. Or perhaps because I am old Bridget of the Sewer Skulls.
Sean killed a patient of mine. And that's just one of the murders he's being hunted for.
If you refer to Harriet, she is now among us and under our protection.
Harriet Jones is alive. That's it. That's the proof Sean wanted me to find. I must talk to her.
No. Harriet is not alive. But you can speak to her. I must warn you. She is fragile and may not receive you warmly.
I don't understand.
She is filled with bile and hate. Her mind is sharp as a tack, but her body is so weak. I've never seen its like before. She is resting in a room on the far right of this hideout.
Thank you. I will bear that in mind.
Блять, я должен с ними поговорить?
We're at your mercy. Will you end us? Oh, Bridget, allow me to wander above some years.
Нет, Фуксал после 7 минут разговаривать. Образец чистой крови.
Hello, Harriet. Do you recognize me?
Yes, you were from the Pembroke Hospital. The young doctor.
Нихуя не рука-базука выросла.
I have so many questions I need to ask you, Harriet. If you would.
I love questions. As for the answers, you may not like them.
Why did you come here?
And why not? This is where I live now. Leave me be.
Will you respect old Bridget's wishes? Will you obey her?
Bridget is kind. She only needs to keep me fed and I'll be good.
So you desire to stay here?
Yes, I'm with my own kind. Birds of a feather, so to speak. Poor Harriet, always alone.
Your room, the blood. What brought you to fake your death in such a gruesome fashion?
To see if I would be mourned.
Why flee with Sean Hampton?
Oh, it's always a pleasure to see a saint fall to sin. But the coward still won't kill.
Do you take pleasure in causing so much pain and sorrow?
Nobody gave a damn about me. Not a tear shed. Poor Harriet. Always the discarded.
How do you feel?
I can't see. I can't move. Oh, my body's burning. I feel as if I'm dying over and over again.
Have you tried to eat or drink something?
People here tried to feed me, but I'm just not hungry. I don't have the strength.
Does the pain ever stop?
It is not pain I feel. It's like I can't stop feeling every inch of my body. But at the same time, each muscle and bone is the wrong place.
I have a question of the utmost importance to ask. Will you answer?
Questions, questions, questions. The good doctor, always searching for answers.
Do you remember what you did after leaving the hospital? Did you kill anyone?
First, a question from me. You answer first.
Very well then. What do you want to know?
Are you like me? Are you also dead?
We are not dead, Harriet. Death no longer pertains to us. We are different.
I like what I am. I truly do. I relish the pain that courses through me.
I know you fled the hospital with Sean Hampton. Did you or Sean kill anyone in your flight? Anyone? Try and remember.
I will not lie. I wanted blood, and I wanted revenge, and Sean pulled me from it, brought me here instead. But the shadows heard my prayers. The shadows killed that bastard.
Who was that man? The one murdered in the street?
He used to be my landlord. I lived here for many years before falling ill. Oh, he was an awful man. Disgusting and cruel. So cruel.
You sought vengeance by your own hand, and someone else obliged you. Very convenient. Don't lie to me.
I don't lie. I saw him near the docks, and rightly I wished him dead. And I am happy he is. It's true. But I didn't kill him. I was too tired.
Shadows? Tell me what you saw.
The shadows, they heard me and answered. Something in the deep darkness, quick, deadly. It asked me if I wanted revenge. I answered, yes.
And these shadows, this presence, do you still hear it? Was it a vampire? Did Sean see it?
It spoke only to me, and now it is silent, but it is born of hatred. And it will kill again. And it hates you, Doctor. Oh, it hates you.
What makes you say that?
It whispered your name, Dr. Reed. It wanted to know who you were and where you went.
Questions about me? What did you say?
Nothing, Doctor. I said nothing. There was nothing it didn't already know. Oh, I'm tired now. Let me rest. No more words. Please.
Да, все, все. Стой, 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 стой. Опа. Что надо?
Found the answers you were looking for, young Ekon.
There is too much left unanswered. So many questions.
Get to know us. Spend time with us. And I may be willing to answer more questions.
For how long have you been in hiding here?
Skulls have been hiding under London since vampires first entered the city.
Where did you hide before the sewers?
We claimed ancient tunnels, forgotten caverns, catacombs. We are skulls, groveling beneath the feet of our makers.
Your diction, your words. You do not carry yourself like most skulls I've encountered.
True. I'm not like most skulls.
You were once someone else. What happened to you?
It is as sad as it is long, young Ekon, but it will remain mine.
Can I be of service to you?
We ask but one thing. Reveal to no one our secrets. Do not betray us.
Why do you live here, amongst filth and vermin?
Live. Here we hide.
What are you hiding from?
From the guilt, the shame, from the hunters and the light. And of course, our past.
Why don't you leave the city? Hide somewhere far from the Guard of Priwen, the Ascalon Club.
We are the Sewer Skulls. This is our domain. We have run as far as we can, and now we hide.
What manner of creature is Harriet? She is different from everyone else.
I really don't know. I'm not even certain she's a skull. I've no idea as to what blood made her.
What is a skull, in fact, in your honest opinion?
The progeny of a vampire, disavowed by her maker. Perhaps a fruitless branch of a noble tree. A word used to enslave us. I cannot say.
You mentioned that vampire blood has tremendous potency. You believe it to be stronger than your own?
The vampire's sweet blood. That rich, dark wine that we crave. For it made us, and it can sustain us.
I thank you for your time, madam. I must go back to Hampton now.
Your kindness has been ample payment, Egon. To protect us, I'll close the access to our hideout, but you can use our shortcut to reach Mr. Hampton's shelter. Just follow the arrows.
Thank you.
Хорошо, идти по стрелкам. Какие нахуй стрелки? А? Какой-то чел.
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. Don't you know this is a quarantine zone?
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. I'm investigating the epidemic. You had better get to a safe place while you still can.
Oh, really? Well, go investigate somewhere else and leave me be.
I beg your pardon?
I said go. Leave me alone, sir.
Ладно.
I cannot enter.
Какой-то чел тут чилит, блядь. А, вот эти стрелки. Ну, типа, можно. Ну, типа, мне можно доверять, а может, типа, нельзя.
It's locked, all right.
Олье.
It's locked, all right.
Welcome back, Dr. Reed. Would you like to take communion with me now?
Sean, are you eating raw flesh?
It is the sacred flesh of the mortal lamb. Our Lord's bountiful transmutation for the sustenance of his believers. Thank you, Lord. I am your most humble servant.
So, true to your word, you waited for my return.
I told you, Dr. Reed. I was a man to be trusted. Did you have words with the poor Harriet?
This shelter is the tip of the iceberg. You hide your game well, I'll give you that.
We are God's children, Dr. Reed. One and all. And he's determined to save us.
Does this place belong to you? How can you be so certain you can keep it open?
This warehouse was once property of the Dawson family, but has been bequeathed me through donation.
The Dawsons? The wealthiest family in London? Have they a clue as to what goes on here?
Not at all. The donation was made before the war. The building was run down. I never met Aloysius Dawson myself.
So you have the run of the place and no one's taken notice?
As long as we keep to ourselves, we interest no one. This is a haven, and I pray it remains so for eons to come.
What will be the result if you continue to assist both Skulls and the living?
For the last decade, that's what's been happening. And they found a better life. What's to change?
You're forgetting the epidemic. Things can go south very quickly. I've seen it.
These are terrible times. Only those pure of heart shall prevail.
Короче, мы его, вот его, мы разъебем о пол нахуй. Это ебанат, Скаль, это монстр, который, блядь, еще Верун.
This is a simple truth, ordained by the Lord Almighty. I am a seeker of his glorious light.
Harriet, Miss Jones has been behaving in a most violent manner. She's going to need special attention.
That's precisely the reason I brought her here. To meet old Bridget. She's the guide Harriet requires.
Who is this old Bridget?
I don't know, Doctor. She rarely speaks of her past, but I know she has a long one. She's likely the oldest soul in the city.
Harriet is possessed by her hatred. You cannot let her roam free. She's dangerous.
She has joined her own kind, Doctor. Old Bridget is a saint to the younger Skulls, guiding them to salvation and peaceful existence.
I believe I've learned all I need to know. I'm certain you've killed no one, but one day I believe you'll cross the line.
Logic is a false prophet. Faith is the only path to salvation.
What do you mean?
We have been blessed with God's eternity. We are the instruments of his divine will. We shall feed the hungry forever and ever. Amen.
Let's simply agree that all are one and the same. In death, I mean.
Give yourself over to God, Doctor. Expel your urges and kneel before the Lord in praise.
These urges. You know the hunger will never be satisfied.
I've come to embrace the everlasting craving. I have sworn to feed only upon the flesh of the dead. It is now my sacrament. Take, eat. This is my body. So saith the Lord.
Так, завидую тому, что вы обрели мир. Объять? Я не доверяю вам. Вот. Давайте, вот, я хочу погуглить. Я, допустим, выбрал решение объять. Ну, типа, разъебать его в пол. А что вот правильно? Ну, типа, что будет правильно по этому? Ну, типа, какая хорошая? Так. Ну, короче, самый лучший вариант это его вылечить, типа дать ему свою кровь. Вот.
My discoveries. Vampire blood would enhance your metabolism, perhaps even heal you. If what old Bridget says is true, I'll give you some of mine.
I'd rather not. It would be extremely awkward.
You have no choice, Sean. It's the only way to protect your cheptel, those still amongst the living.
No, Dr. Reed. God made me this way. Who am I to disobey his will?
You believe that God's plan was for you to be abandoned at birth?
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
I can't imagine God intended for you to be molested by a priest in an orphanage. Drink, friend.
No.
I said kneel and drink. Now.
Район пострадает.
It's locked.
Блять, в любом случае район страдает, блять, ёб твою мать. Ну, значит, блять, я был прав. Первым надо было просто ее пощадить, ну, опустить медсестру, а в этом надо было разъебать о пол. Надо было правильно.
Someone's playing a very sick game.
Glad to see you again, Mr. Reed.
Lottie, tell me about the Wet Boot Boys. I know they've threatened you.
Edwina Cox wanted me to provide her with information about Mr. Hampton's resources. I refused.
Is that not dangerous?
Fuck them and their lies. They claim they protect the interests of the neighborhood, but they are just greedy parasites like all the rest.
I respect your courage, Miss Paxton, and I hope life will never wear you down.
Dr. Reed, you know how to make a girl blush. I am glad you came to the docks, whatever your real reasons are.
Lottie, tell me about the death of your mother.
Giselle killed her, plain and simple. She killed her with her daily whims, her laziness, and her complaints.
That's quite a statement. You can't kill someone because you're fickle.
Mother was very ill, but I forgave Giselle. What I couldn't stand was how she cried at her funeral like she was the one left alone.
Perhaps your sister is not as tough as you are.
I know that, and I don't blame her. It just makes me sad that my...
Giselle is the only family you have left. Don't you think it's time you forgave her?
Sometimes words are harder to forgive than acts, Dr. Reed.
Понятно.
Did you see what happened?
No. I was coming back to the shelter from work when I heard an awful scream, and there was this man, dead, just in front of the building.
You saw nothing at all?
No, I told you, just that awful woman's scream.
A woman's scream? Are you sure?
Of course. It was terrifying. I thought it was my sister, so I ran. But it was a man I've never seen round here before.
Goodbye.
Так. Давайте мы бабки дадим, и на этом закончим.
Giselle, I know you sleep at Hampton's shelter. What can you tell me about him?
He provided a roof for me and my sister. I am grateful, of course, but he gives me the creeps.
Why is that?
He's always sad, like he's about to cry. He's always asking us to get closer to God, to give ourselves to the Lord. Creepy.
Giselle, tell me about the death of your mother.
After our father died, Mother worked so hard she made herself sick. We spent all the money we had on useless drugs and doctors. It was hell.
Hell? What do you mean?
The three of us were exhausted and desperate. And when I'm desperate, I tend to get angry. And I'm hard to live with. Lottie said I killed Mother.
You should talk to your sister. Whatever happened when your mother died, the truth lies somewhere between your two versions.
I don't want to talk about that. It was years ago. We Paxton sisters are tough. We don't apologize.
Ебать, гордость, блядь, зашкаливает.
I've identified the men who stole from you. You were right. They were members of some self-proclaimed militia.
I knew it! Did you find the money, too?
Yes, here it is. They thought they could finance their activities with it.
I never thought a man like you would be kind enough to... I misjudged you. Badly. I'm... Well... Thank you.
Да мы никогда не
Will you give the
извиняемся.
money back to your comrades then?
Fuck those bastards who fired me. I'll give the money to Miss Gillingham. Her son Jack was a friend of mine. He was killed recently.
Did you see what just happened?
No, I didn't. And I don't care.
Really? Why is that?
Because this sexist pig is one of the 4 men who blacklisted me. Good riddance, if you ask me.
I know you were friends with Miss Gillingham's son, Jack. Tell me about his death.
Jack's murder has been a shock to the neighborhood. A sign that the situation is now out of control.
Why is that?
There has always been tension between the Wet Boot Boys and members of the trade union. But a murder? That's a first.
Who killed him?
No one will ever know. One thing is certain. While Jack was alive, I had one less reason to drink.
Why does that upset you so much?
I wish I had found the time and words to tell him how important he was to me before it was too late. Another failure for Giselle Paxton.
Well, I'll leave.
Ладно. Давай, ББ. Надо в хату зайти. Вон она. Потратить кровь. Прокачаться. Рецепт неизвестен. Обидно. Ой, я могу делать улучшенную. Блядь, вот нет рецепта, а где взять-то, блядь? Оглушение надо, это полезная тема. Уровень 14. Так, везде по уровню 2 у меня. Так, спим, и что изменилось ночью? Если вам удалось жить недалеко от порта Инсен, вы наверняка знаете Шона Хэмптона. А если нет, то уж точно слышали о нем. Фильм стал звучать по всей столице. Это тот символ нашей надежды. Шон, тот самый скромный учитель убежища Хэмптона, плодов собственного труда и убеждения здания заброшенного склада было милостью пожертвовано семьей Доусонов. А затем отреставрировано, превратившись в самую известную ночлежку Лондона. Нищим голодным всегда рады под этой крышей. Для них Шон не жалеет ни еды, ни ухода, ни молитв. История жизни Шона Хэмптона трагична, но какие тяготы не сломили его, они повредили его искреннюю верой в Господа. Пример Господь благословит этого верующего за все его муки, бедность таким острым чувством сострадания. Его любовь к ближним известным всему порту. Редкий человек не видел так Шон проливая слезы над калекой, сироткой или больной матерью. Как он получил свое прозвище печальной святой известности. Дело Шона Хэмптон продолжает его приверженность. И ночлежка каждую ночь готова накормить и приютить, несмотря на то, что печально святого поразил загадочный недуг, из-за которого он много отдыхает, больше не предломляет хлеб своей паствой. Вы думаете, что время как одних кварталах Лондона при звуке кашля людей стремятся немедленно исчезнуть, другие готовы есть и спать в окопах в убежище Хэмптона, в самом безопасном месте в порту Ист-Энда. Пусть здание выглядит грязноватым, запах и его паразиты иного аристократа, но здесь живут надежда и любовь. Смертность же держится на стабильном низком уровне. Товары торговли в районе немного изменится. Что у нее? Простуда. Здоровье. Переутомление. Вот у него, блядь, неврология, а мне нечем лечить, нахуй. Простуда. Так, и что мне надо скрафтить? Давайте посмотрим. Тут ничего, тут сейчас все выздоровели, потому что стабильное состояние. Простуда 1, простуда 2. 2 простуды. 1, 2, 3. 3 простуды, 3 переутомления. Будем крафтить. Два, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Отлично. Отлично. Потому что район. Не, ну хотя, ну в принципе, не похуевил район, в принципе он более-менее. Вот. Сейчас мы